Hello! Happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome in. Last time, what did we get done? We got a couple things done. We got Rod up and running. We rebuilt our Relisias, or really we built centralized Relisias. All of our Relisias before were distributed. What else did we do? I think we did some stuff down here as well, but I don't remember exactly. This might have been the time before last. At any rate, the goal for today is to keep pushing forward on the alien life stuff that we need for chemical science. So that means actually consuming the grod that we made in dried grod and bedding, and then onto Mukmoux. And we will also need to upgrade our Tufras for that, because the Mukmoux food uses a bunch of Tufras. I guess in theory we don't have to do that upgrade right away, but things will work better if we do, I think. Get that done as soon as possible. So yeah, pretty much I just kind of need to decide where I want to do the dried grod and the bedding. Let's double check in YAFC. Like, how big are these builds? Okay, this one is a small build. And bedding is probably also a fairly... Oh, right. I looked at this and I said, screw it, we can scale this big and have way more bedding than we need, because this is easy to scale. So this one we are going to need a slightly larger space for, but the dried grod is just one building. All right, so that's 13 wood processing units and 1 evaporator. Let's get the requests for those in. Alright, just waiting for the bots. There we go. Wood processing units, evaporators, that's probably everything we need. Now the question is, where do we actually want to do this build? This line does have to keep going this way. It'll eventually hook up over here. Down here, this is getting pretty full through this space because of this awful rare earth rock. We don't have a lot of space to work here. I guess I could do a couple of things pointed sideways, like right here. That would probably work. Let's do that. That is as reasonable as any other place we might want to do the build. And then once we've got the Mukmoux running, the next thing we're going to have to probably try to figure out is... Navens are still an issue, and Navens, I think I mentioned last time, if I find the Navens thing, we need a bunch more of the Navens cultures, and those need red chips. So that's just like a waiting game, right? For red chips to get made and delivered to Navens. And then the other thing besides Navens is really just nuclear samples. And that's also, you know, we're waiting on electric engine units for those and things like that. Pretty much all of the next tier buildings. Oh, we did get all of our neutron absorbers. But pretty much everything is waiting on various materials here to get manufactured at enough scale for there to be a delivery to this station. Electric engine units are probably still waiting on shafts. Yeah, everything's waiting on shafts, which is antimony. Antimony has been causing us problems. It's been running pretty well. I think I've fixed most of the bugs with it. Like, every time I check it, it is running. It's going to take a while to catch up on all of our antimony demand. Because just like, you know, vitrolloy is all totally consumed. Intermetallics are, I mean, slowly catching up, but that's a vitrolloy sink. Same with the iron nexylate antimony special alloy, like that has been totally drained, because our antimony was broken for a long time, I think. But there's not really a lot to do with that other than just kind of wait for antimony to catch up with demand. We can expand it, but I really don't want to. I'd really rather not have 2 belts of antimony ore if I can avoid it. It's also possible that we could push on expanding Zeiss a little further, because that would get us more hydrogen peroxide, and we need that for the upgraded, quote-unquote, upgraded antimony processing. The last time we tried to use that processing, it broke everything because I did not have enough peroxide. And I just totally ran out of peroxide. But if we can get enough peroxide now that we have some better... the ability to grow more Zeiss more quickly, maybe we can switch to the upgraded antimony processing finally. Alright, so for dried Grodd, this is literally 3 stations, nice and easy. Solid drop-off at the front. A solid pickup in the middle. And a fluid drop-off for the hot air. The solid drop-off just brings in the Grodd plant itself. And then we throw that out to an evaporator. It's literally just 1 a second, and it's 1 evaporator, but I will build this so we can scale it up. That feeds into an evaporator, making dried Grodd with hot air. And in there, and then this station is just a pickup station, and over here we are going to have a request for hot air. And that will feed the hot air into those machines. So I think that's pretty much good to go for the dried Grodd side of things. The other side is bedding. And this is just 2 stations. One is a solid drop-off again. One is a pickup again. And then this is going to have, like, multiple stages, so we're going to have to... Oh, and this has spoilage, so we actually do need a 3rd station. There's one more pickup station. Cool. So our input to this is going to be... Whoops. It's going to be remembering to click the search box before we start typing. We're going to need logs. We're going to need Yotoi. We're going to need the dried Grodd, and we're going to need raw fiber. All right, so the fiber and the dried Grodd can both come out of one side here. It's raw fiber, right? Yes, I did get that right. So that's going to be one belt of stuff. And then we're going to have The logs need to feed into 1 wood processing unit, and the Yotoi aloe feeds into 5. How much Yotoi aloe comes out? 2 a second? Okay. I'll take half a belt of that. It's more than we need. That's okay. So these are all going to take the Yotoi leaves. And each of these takes in, okay, it's fairly low quantity of the actual... And then this will just take in logs and make wood from it. That routes past all of those. This can route down here. And then we have 7 wood processing units on our output, and each of these is making the actual bedding. I'm not sure if 1 red inserter is going to be enough for each of these. I'll do 2, but certainly 1 yellow inserter will be enough for the other input. Okay, that is close to what we need. The Yotoi leaves will spoil into biocrud, so we want to filter that out at the end here. Biocrud goes out. And then we'll loop back around here with our input priority left, and that way we'll just cycle whatever is on this belt. We also need to get rid of anything in these that is the biocrud, so we'll use another outserter at the top. Oh, actually, will these just automatically output the biocrud if any of it decays inside of them? I don't know how these ones that have the automatic outputs will work in that case. Probably, right? I could probably just do this. I'm assuming I can just do this. And then that comes up here. Because this is a byproduct, it's high priority. Okay. Other thing that I think I want to make sure I do here is turn off the... Cool, that's going. We want these to run if we have all of our other ingredients and if there is space in here. So let's go ahead and we're going to take the red signal to make sure that we don't accidentally merge our main green signals. And let's draw up a decider combinator. And what we want to say is that we have logs, right? And I'm just going to say greater than 0. It's just like run if we have our other materials. I don't actually care about any of this stuff. We have raw fiber. And if we have dried grod, and, these should all be ands, if our bedding, which stacks to 100, is less than, I think 10,000 is going to be 100 stacks of that? 100 times 100? Yeah. Then we will output check mark, and that feeds into all of these. Enable when check mark is greater than 0. There we go. So that should stop these guys from running and wasting Yotoi just making leaves they're going to spoil if there's no space for the output and if we don't have all the other ingredients at the input. So that should be good there. Other than just needing to wait for the dried grod to get delivered. Yeah, and there's a few hundred of that already here. Two for stage 2 is running. Love to see it. Did I add up here when I was going through and adding new things? I did not. Let's add the vat brains. Obviously, it's going to be a little while before we can actually make these. There's some ingredients that we do not have yet. Well, brains, obviously, as well as the self-assembly monolayer material, which is blocked on Navens. But we'll be able to... I'll basically hand-feed this brains to get the... when I need new vat brain computers. There's no sense letting this run all the time, but it'll have all the other ingredients it needs, and I'll just be able to be like, okay, I want 3 of these. That's 45 brains, and drop them in. A lot of this other stuff I don't mind if it runs full time, as long as it doesn't make too many of some of these buildings, at least initially. Ooh, we have neural processors. Cool, cool, cool. Apologies if you can hear the rain in the background. It is raining very hard today, and it is smacking against my window. So if you can hear that kind of drumming sound in the background, that is the rain. Okay. What is our next goal. I mean, this says 2 for a 2 and then Mukmoux. The 2 for a 2 research is going, so I think we can probably get started on the actual Mukmoux build. If we flip over here, I probably want to get the food out to its own separate thing. I think that's a quick, worthwhile adjustment. And how much does this need? 0.32 a second. Which is slightly more than one machine. So we'll end up with 2 machines making this food. Steam will be on site, of course. Another electric boiler. Woohoo. Sap we should do on site, because I don't think it's that much. It's kind of a lot. Okay. Okay, it's a dozen sap extractors. It's not that much. And I think everything else is stuff that we deliver. Do we have... Surely, yes. Yeah. We do have a station that just provides salt. For a little while, I was transporting salt only through saline water, and I couldn't remember if I had actually made a proper salt location or not. But I did. Should get worker robot speed queued up here as well, but I think everything else that's up here is higher priority than that. Well, maybe not higher priority than this. And we should also consider train 2s, although these need some crazy ingredients, so that's a future Brennan problem. All right, so for the Mukmoux food, we're gonna need a bunch of this stuff. For the Mukmoux themselves, we're gonna need some things. Let's get our shopping list. And then for the Mukmoux on top of that, 3 pastures, 1 reproductive complex, and 1 barreling machine. Cool. Let's see if we have all of this stuff available at the mall, or if I'm going to have to handcraft some stuff. And then we also have to decide where we want to put the... I mean, I guess we can just do it right here, right? There's no reason not to keep going along here. We're going to... I say this kind of every session, but the plan is to, like, complete this corner here, obviously, with the rails up to this point, and do something similar on this side. So we're going to have a bunch more, like, stuff down here, a bunch more stations, so we can figure out what that's going to look like. But I think right here, where we've already got some stuff sideways, we can run a few more things sideways into here. And that leaves this whole open area here for us to think about expansions to animal processing as we need to expand that. Pardon me. And it looks like everything is available. Everything's available. Everything is available. Excellent. Oh, actually, we probably can't do the Mukmoux food down there. We have to do it near a native flora patch. Oh, we can do it right here then. Okay, that's not so bad. Yeah, I didn't even wasn't even thinking about that, but we need to have the native flora. So we'll do it right here. I'll just make sure that I get some extra. What am I doing? That key. Let's grab some extra landfill. Oh, I already have 2,000 requested, so I just have to let the bots actually bring it to me. Because we're just going to be working over a little bit more water down in this spot, kind of wherever we put our arm, we're going to be building on water. So I would like to have a few thousand landfill. Let's actually go up to 3 stacks. While that's going, we can keep doing the watched pot never boils thing and checking on our silicon. Which is, you know, still running. We still might have to expand electronic grade silicon. These pull 0.9 in total. How much am I actually making? 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8. We're making 1 a second. Okay. So we're really close to... I mean, I could put one more machine down here, and then we'd definitely be able to consume everything we're making. Like so. But if we want to do any bigger than that, this one's only going to run at like quarter speed. Because we're at 0.92 out of 1. So it's going to run at like 0.08, like 5th speed actually, like 20%. Oh, maybe I should expand this just a little bit. Just go from like 1 a second to 1.4 a second. Go up to 3 to 7 of these, although we're making 30 of that a second. Let's pop into EFC here. Let's look at that. Electronic grade silicon. Yeah, that's 2.5 of those machines. So if we go up to 1.2, then we need one more advanced foundry. We need one more of these fluidized bed reactors, but we don't need any more of these DDCs. We go up to 1.6. I mean, we could go all the way up to 2. That's going to be a bigger build. That's going to be a more significant refactor of the current setup. But that's how much we can do with one coal power plant, although I'm not sure I would trust trying to run just one plant. So let's do 1.6. So that's going to need 3 and 3 and 1 DDC, 3 advanced foundries, 3 fluidized bed reactors. Let's add it to our requests. Oh, 3. I've gotten so used to doing negatives for requests for my rails. All right, those are the other requests to expand that, and then with 1.6 electronic grade silicon a second, our silicon wafer production can go up to not quite 4 of these machines, but more than 3. So we'll take 2 more. That's fine. And as soon as the bots bring me those last couple of crafting machines, we will be all set. And there we go. All right, let's head down. Let's expand silicon. I should have done this a long time ago. I was trying to avoid expanding silicon because at chemical science, we get a much, much better recipe for converting the electronic grade silicon into the silicon wafers. But like this waiting for circuits crap is untenable. So we're not quite doubling, but we're getting close to doubling. All right, so these fluidized bed reactors we're going up to 8 of. I'm not sure how many we can... think just like that. These DDCs I'm going to have to shuffle around and then also shuffle around this part here. So we will get that figured out shortly. All right, 2 more of these. Let's see about like... one there, 1 down at this end, which is going to have to go, yeah, like that, and I knew that was going to take one of those away. And then we need 4 of these. So these guys, I'm just going to do like 1, 2 there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's see if we can get these, like... What am I... Oh no! I hooked up the wrong things together, didn't I? This only needs to come down to here. That's fine. All of that silicon will end up out of the way eventually. And then we have our trichlorosilane in. Maybe to all of these now? No, we don't have hydrogen chloride hooked up right. There we go. Hydrogen out is a... Ah, yes. Okay. Yep, that's fine. And then this power connection we need to figure out as well. There we go. That's 4 of those. That's 8 of those. That's 8 of those. They are all running, right? Yes, these are all working. Those are all working, although we are going to back up on pure trichlorosilane. Or we should, because we only still have 5 of these. And then 3 more of these guys is going to be... just like that. All right. Fluid ingredient shortage, it says. Oh, it would help if I had them all hooked up correctly, wouldn't it? All right, these ones are going to take a minute to get up to temperature. That's fine. Is all of our... Okay. These should all turn on once they get up to temperature. We're actually backed up here because the processing down here needs to be grown as well. And I said I wanted to grow this one up to 4. And that should do the job, although we're gonna need more. Yeah, I think everything else can stay at yellow inserters, but these guys should be on blues now. Cool. So that should double our silicon production. Not quite double it. Missing underground pipe in green things when I added 3 more. Which ones? Ah, yep, right here. Thank you. Let me double check all my other pipes here, make sure they all look correctly connected. That all looks good. That looks good. And that looks good. And that one looks good. Okay. So I think that should do it. This won't quite run at double speed because we don't quite have double the actual electronic silicon production, but it'll run quite a bit faster. Hopefully this will help with some of our requirements around circuits and such. Because, yeah, it's been very tedious waiting for silicon constantly to get anything that needs circuits to bootstrap and to start up. What are these guys waiting on? MOSFETs. It's always MOSFETs. All right. And yeah, MOSFETs are waiting on the heavily N-doped. So they will do their thing. And then over here, electronics are probably also waiting on MOSFETs. Yeah. And that's what we need also to make more modules, is going to be electronics with more MOSFETs. I think the next time we make MOSFETs, they're going to go to electronics rather than to red chips. So that'll be a... that'll mean more modules, which is good, because I'm pretty much out of prod modules. Alright, let's figure out the Mukmoux food and the Mukmoux. Right, I said I couldn't do the food here. The food has to be over here because it needs... It needs the... Oh, I didn't grab a flora extractor. Shoot. I guess I can just share the flora with fish food. Because fish food is using... I mean, fish food in theory uses 1 a second. This in theory uses like 1 a second. 1.4. Yeah, it really won't quite be enough until I can get a second extractor up here, but it'll at least let it start running until I fix it, because I don't want to go all the way back up to the mall right now. Alright, so for the food in... Yeah, I wonder if I could also just share the spoilage output as well. I guess there's no reason not to. Alright, So we're going to have input here. I'm going to switch this to a bigger deposit. We need salt. We need moss. We need the tuphras. We need seaweed, and we need tin plate. None of those are in particularly high quantities, but... And then all of that needs to feed into... We're going to have 2 automated factories. Making the Mukmoux food. And we also need to deal with... okay. Oh, actually, I think I can do this reasonably well. All right. So we're gonna do 1, 2, 3 outputs from this. Everything is at, like, fairly low rates, right? Yeah, salt is kind of high, so we'll do... Here. We'll do 2 for salt. And then... everything else is pretty similar. Tin plate. Seaweed, moss, salt, tin plate, seaweed, moss, tuphras, the other side of tuphras is going to be the sap extractors. So between the sap and the tuphras, that's like 1.1 items. So that can just be yellow inserter. And then on the other side, we're going to have the... That'll be the native flora coming in on the other side. And then we'll also have our output on the same belt as the native flora. Because we're going to have ourselves a, you know, a sushi belt here. And we will filter out anything that's not native flora from this native flora goes there, and then we'll have another one of these that filters out the Mukmoux food, and that'll be our food output. And then any spoilage from the flora will come out here, and it's actually on the same output inserters as the rest of the system, so I don't even need special output inserters. It is ad break o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and let the ad run. When we come back from that, we'll get this build finished up. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back. Thanks for hanging around through the ad break. I was just trying to figure out what was up with tin. We are out of graphite electrodes, which for some reason... Oh god, are these still coming from the belt base? They might still be coming from the belt base. It's possible that I never... yeah, that's a problem. Do I make these anywhere else? Looks like I make them on site for aluminum processing, which is definitely a choice. Same for silicon carbide? Okay. So yeah, let's switch tin over to making them on site then. We'll finish up this build. I just want to check in YAFC for that. If we want to make the graphite electrodes on site from coke... Okay, it's just 3 high-pressure furnaces, so we can do that. And that way we're not reliant on that part of the belt base anymore. I probably should centralize graphite. Because it is compressed, right? It's 5 to 2. So that would help, but... actually, that amount is probably wrong, isn't it? 1 second. What is this doing? How do I have this set up? Okay, there we go. I think I had this doing some weird things with, because I was trying to make sure that I accounted for, like, extracting some tin grade 1 and things like that. But we don't have to do that anymore. We make the tin grade 1 on site now for the phytoplankton. Okay, so we're just going to need 4 high-pressure furnaces, and we can bring in half a belt of coke and get the graphite we need. That's fine. All right, I will make that change. We will want 4 of those. But let's get the rest of this routed in first. So salt is 1 and tin is 2. That's 1.2 items. We can just use yellow inserters there. And then for seaweed, 0.5 each. Just like that. The decay output here, I am really tempted to just pull right up here and hook up to this one, because I don't think we need anything different. Like, I don't think there's any reason to have a separate output for decayed flora. And then our actual output for the Mukmoux food will be here. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be making 0.6 a second, I think, in total. Yeah. And then the last thing we need to do is we just need to hook up the steam, which will be right here. It's only 1 boiler. It is not that much steam. Perfect. So the only ingredients we're missing... Oh, we're missing the flora. I need to hook the flora up. And then the important question Is the flora going to be on the side that I want it to be on? I think I want it to be on this side of the belt. Yes. I want it to be on the outside because I want the inside lane available for the outputs. And this would have been coming in on the inside lane. So good. I did need to lane swap that. We're not using this belt for anything else on this side. All right. So if I do... oh, and we also do want one more flora extractor. Flora collector. Let's see here. Double check that. That uses up to 1.4 of them. And the fish food build uses 0.71. I actually want a couple of these. All right. We'll ask for 3 of them, and we'll put 4 down. We'll have 2 on each side of the belt, and that will be more than enough flora. Let's go grab the high-pressure furnaces we need for tin and those flora collectors. That we'll fix tin because we have to fix tin. And then we will also come down and fix that native flora mine so that it works properly for both of those builds simultaneously. And then we can do the Mukmoux build proper. Oh. Huh. Yeah, these also need graphite rods. Cool. So yeah, I'll get tin switched over to making them in situ, and then we will, maybe that will have enough of them available for the silicon down there to run off of what comes from the old build. Or maybe I will need to also make that change down there. Who knows? All right, tin. 'Gonna bring coke up instead of graphite rods. Pull out the graphite that we do have here. Up here, we will fork out the coke. And then that will need to go into our high-pressure furnaces. .66 in, 0.66 out. All right, we'll just do Blues in and yellows out. And then the graphite just reconnects. So as soon as this gets its delivery of coke, there we go. It should be all set. Sweet. Now, I'm just going to drop off these graphite rods at electronics on our way down here. And then when we are done with that, we'll head back over to the fish food and the Mukmoux food and fix the native flora mining there, and then we can do the Mukmoux build itself. Running out of graphite was not on my bingo card for today, that's for sure. Oh, these all only have a yellow inserter on their input. They can't run at full capacity. Interesting. Maybe I should go drop those off. Upgrade. By drop those off, I mean drop off blue inserters there and upgrade that build. Really, I should move away from it, but, like, I'm pretty sure if I drop my coke consumption on the belt base too much, then something will break and it'll back up. So, I don't necessarily want to completely pivot away from using that build, at least not right now. Because as much as I have moved more and more stuff in the mall away from the belt base and 2 deliveries from the rail base, we absolutely do still depend on parts of the belt base for the mall to work right. Up. Okay, and then these just need, like, there. And that should be enough native flora for both of these builds. Not that this is going to use it until it gets tin. But in theory, that's all we're waiting for is just the tin for the Mukmoux food? Yes. Oh, what I didn't grab when I was at the mall... Shoot, we have to go back to the mall. Was the Mukmoux themselves, which are going to be in storage somewhere. Yeah. We need to grab these guys. And then it does look like we got the Tufra technology, so we need to figure out what our Tufra upgrade looks like as well. While I'm at the mall, let's make sure that we don't need to grab anything else for this. I think it's just a matter of bringing in the right, like, new ingredients in the right ratios and updating the train stations for Tufras. Yes, I think it is just bringing in the new ingredients. So if we wander over to where we're doing Tufras here, and we oh, if I change this remotely, these are gonna dump all their stuff onto the belt here. And it's all going to end up in here. Now, I'll do it by hand, but, like, we have the seeds, soil, and coarse fractions. And on top of that, we're adding fertilizer, ash, and biomass. So we just need to get those belts routed in. No idea what this is. Oh, this is a preparation to double this build. That's what that is. I was prepared. Wow, look at me. We're not gonna do that now, but we will switch it to the 2 for 2 recipe. We might need another... How many requests are here? Yeah, there's already 4 here. So we'll set up another input station, and then we'll get our, we will get a second... We'll get a belt up here. That'll feed the other ingredients in. And then we'll get something on the other side of this ash belt, or this soil belt. Soil is still 1.6 soil extractors, that's fine. The manure bacteria is... Where does that come from? Here. That is still just 1 incubator. Yes. Okay. So yeah, I think it's just the 3 new ingredients. The fertilizer, the ash, the biomass that we have to deal with. So we can do that manually pretty easily. And then the other thing that I wanted to do was just grab the Mukmoux. Mukmouxes? Mukmoxen? Because we're going to need those as modules to get the Mukmoux build started. Oh, I don't need those anymore. Let's go ahead and just swing by Tufras and do that work now. I think that is worthwhile. I also think it's easy, so that's a good reason to do it now. So yeah, we're gonna have a drop-off station right here. This belt, I'm going to want to, like, route out a little bit. And that's just the coarse fraction there. Here, you know what? I can just do this, and then I can drop all the coarse fraction back where it belongs, down here. I don't know why we're doing this on 2 sides of a belt like this, other than that it looks pretty, because it immediately comes up here and joins something else to be half a belt. But here we're going to have ash. We're going to have biomass. And we're going to have fertilizer. Okay. And then what do I want to put on the belt with the soil? The soil is 3.2 items a second, so I will do the fertilizer. Here, let's change our recipes over, actually. And then I'll have a better idea. The reality is that it is all such low quantities of everything on a given building that I don't think it matters. I mean, we may as well do the fertilizer, though. So that means that one of these is going to be ash here. And this is going to be biomass. And there's no reason for this to be a whole freaking belt of those items, other than that. That's what I did. So this will come up through here. It needs to end up like... all of this needs to go up one, basically. Yes, and then we would have that inserter here. Here, we're going to have these inserters here, because this is going to be our other belt of inputs. This biomass and ash belt will come, I guess, like right up through here. And then lastly, we're going to have fertilizer out. And that will come right up here. And join into this belt with the soil, where we're already handling it as an input. Okay. I believe that is it. I think that's it. Ooh boy, another fuel train stuck. I really need to debug that at some point. It's been happening a lot more often. Alright, and we do have a train full of ash that is also on its way, so these should all turn back on real shortly. Happy with that. Cool. Twofers are done. I'm assuming the Mukmoux food still hasn't turned on because, like, tin has been broken for probably a little while. And it's going to take a little bit before this actually gets its delivery. Yeah. How is tin doing, though? Like, is tin actually finally running consistently? It would help if I set all the right recipes, wouldn't it? So tin has been running consistently but slowly. Now it will run full speed. There we go. That one is running now, which means this one should start running a little more consistently. Now we're all going to be happy. Alright, cool. There we go. We're now making molten tin again, hopefully. Only 2,000 there? Does that mean that we finally got a delivery up to... Yeah, it does. And we are full on solder again. That's cool. That is very cool. That is great to see. How's stuff doing over here? Yeah, this is stopped on antimony again. That is not a surprise. Vitroloi is running. That will stop on antimony shortly. Down here, we're running out of vitroloi, but we are accumulating intermetallics at this point, so they will... this will eventually stop being a drain on those two antimony alloys. Antimony itself, still running. Yeah. And then I'm going to assume that shafts are not currently running. Yeah. Because we need that delivery of the iron nexlid antimony special alloy before the shafts will actually, like, do a thing. But brakes are running. That's cool, I guess. I don't necessarily need brakes to be running, but... I mean, I do. I eventually am gonna need a delivery of, like, brakes from down here to actually accumulate so that we can get them up to the mall. I think we need brakes for the turbines. Yeah, the high-pressure steam turbine needs brakes. Plus, of course, we need brakes for the mechanical parts as well. So, like, brakes running is good. I would rather see shafts running, but it's just a matter of, again, the antimony deliveries need to make their way to, like, the right places, and then everything gets round-robined, so... It'll happen eventually. We'll get a bunch of shafts going. They're prodded now, so at least they use slightly less of the iron nexlet antimony special alloy. Tinned cable is stopped. Oh, yeah, because tin has been stopped. Duh. That's not a surprise. Cool. Yeah. And this one is only going to run, like, about half the time anyway. I think we're still catching up on, like, the buffered amounts of this tin dust. And that is... going to take a moment. But once the tin dust is unbuffered, we should see this whole thing be tin dust limited. Because I have an extra machine making graphite. It needs 3.2 machines making graphite, and I have 4. Yeah. Although maybe I need one more outserter. 5.36 a second. Oh yeah, 2 of these is not enough. So yes, we do need one more outserter. Let me go fix that. I don't want that to be graphite limited. And then I think finally we can do the Mukmoux. There we go. 3 inserters here should do a better job, because I think 2 of these can really only do, like, 5 items a second. I think of 6 of them as a full blue belt, which is not quite right, but it's close enough. So yeah, this is consistently pulling a full half belt through, and that means this last one should be able to turn on more fully. There we go. Now we should be able to get... enough graphite coming up here to actually consume all of this tin dust, and then you're going to see this whole thing is going to be tin dust limited. Which is what we want, right? We want to be pulling all of the ore through, fully processing it. Tin processing 3 is in chemical science. Okay. I'm going to have to look through this and decide if it's worthwhile, given all of the new expensive inputs that it's going to take. But that'll be, you know, the upgrade, right, is tin processing 3. Yeah, here we go. Now we're finally pulling through the last of these ball mills, which means that we are finally actually running at full speed. Yay. And obviously we're still leaching some of the tin off to molten tin instead of to plates, so the plates won't actually run at like full speed. Whatever that is, 6.75 per second. But it will run quite a bit more frequently. All right, the only place I'm currently using molten tin is in solder, so that should buffer eventually. We'll probably get one more delivery of it, but we don't go through solder that quickly. I mean, we go through a lot of solder, but not like crazy amounts. And the molten lead tin recipe is pretty good. How is silicon wafers doing down here? Out of graphite rods again. Okay. So that needs just over 1 graphite rod a second. What is this capable of making? 9 times 2/3. In theory, enough. Although we may have other stations that are still requesting it. Okay, lead needs them. That's silicon. Ferrochrome? Okay. So I think I just need to do a big graphite rod build. Like, I could switch all of these to doing it on site, but I don't want to change all those builds. So let's just do a big graphite rod build before we do Mukmoux. Because graphite rods are apparently a bottleneck now. Alright, yeah, 9 high-pressure furnaces turns 15 coke into 6 graphite a second. So we will, we'll basically set up a duplicate of what we already have, and I will change that one over to the right inserters in and out. But I will also do another build that's pulling coke from the rail base instead of the belt base. Alright, just waiting for the bots to bring me all these furnaces. There they are. I think I've got everything else I need, so let's just head over to the current graphite rod build. And we will get this upgraded. Oh, look, this doesn't even run consistently. Okay. Although, oh dear. Does that mean we're pulling coke from here? That is impressive. Red Hot Coke is stalled. Oh yeah, because this is really just a coke oven gas factory, isn't it? Like, ultimately, will it make a bunch of coke sometimes? Yes. Is that its goal? No. I could definitely change that. Like, I can figure out a void for coke oven gas and have that make more coke. I'm surprised. I have lots of things that make a lot of coke, like, as a byproduct. I am surprised that we are running so low on coke. But apparently we are. That is somewhat worrying that we're pulling coke from here. Should set this to like -2. Yeah, okay, because I do have... Oh, that's a request, though. Yeah, we are, I mean, we're not super, super low on it, but we're definitely kind of right on the edge of making enough right now. Okay. Not super thrilled about that, but it is what it is. So I'm not entirely convinced that doing another build of graphite is actually going to solve our problem. We might just need to figure out more coke. But I am still going to do it just so that it's one less thing that we're pulling from the belt base.
Space! Space!
Katie Dorr, thank you so much for the follow. I am doing pretty well. How about yourself? What am I making? I'm making graphite rods. That's right. Coke. And then we will just pull out belt here. And feed 9 of those guys. Blue in, yellow out. And let's get... Cool. I think that's right. Close enough to right. All right, that's getting its delivery, and then this is going to make how much? 6. Think that should do it for that build. That's a quick and easy one. Check up on tin, make sure that it is still running. Yes, there we go. Yeah, this belt is finally cleared. We're starting to accumulate just a little bit of the graphite rods, as we expected to. That means that we are going as fast as we're going to go on tin, unless I actually upgrade or expand it. Ooh, we also do not have enough trains. Good to know. All right, I might have to go make some more trains again. That's always a fun time. Oh yeah, I can actually see. We can see how empty the depots are. All of them. Every single depot. Cool. It looks like it's all solid stations that it can't get... Oh, no, and a fluid station. So it's both. We're just, like, completely out of both kinds of train. Okay. Do I fix that now, or do I make the Mukmoux first? The Mukmoux aren't going to start until we get tin anyway. So I feel like the answer is I go ahead and just work on trains. We'll head back up to the mall. I'll make 5 of each kind of train. And then we'll finally go do the Mukmoux build. Because, like, I could do the build now, but it won't start until tin finishes fixing itself, and the Mukmoux food runs, and we have intermediates here. So we will, we will take care of that. What am I doing? Trains. Alright, what do I need? I have none of the things that... You know what I should do? Trains stack to 5. Wagons also stack to 5. Yeah, okay. So we'll build 2 stacks of trains and 1 stack of each kind of wagon. And I will not be involved in this process. We will let the bots do it. That's what I should have done a long time ago. Keep hand making trains because I'm like, trains are expensive. I don't want to put all this stuff in them. Trains are not that expensive for me anymore. All of this stuff is pretty readily available. Titanium is low. I mean, it's coming through. Okay. Let's double check old titanium. Yeah, it's running. It's just, you know, a bare minimum build. That might start bottlenecking the mall eventually. Might have to bring in more titanium, but it'll do the job for now. Okay, I'll let that go then, and then we can expand rails once we can add more trains once they've built themselves, rather than me running around building stuff by hand. I like this plan. This is a good plan. While I'm here, though, I can... Oh, you go on this side. There we go. Thank you again for the follow. I really appreciate it. Alright. Bots are going crazy, working on train stuff. That's fine. We'll come back to that in a few minutes. In the meantime... I mean, I feel like the Mukmoux is still... oops, I didn't fully connect this belt, did I? Oops. Alright, yeah, we'll swing by that on the way. Because I've been wanting to do the Mukmoux down in that corner anyway. I do have the stuff I need for those, right? Reproductive complex, 3 pastures. We're gonna need a water pump. Everything else comes in. Yes. Hopefully this is the last time we go back and forth on this. And right over here... Oh, I should do some labeling here, shouldn't I? Bedding over here. We made the Mukmoux food. And we made graphite. All right. A little bit more organized here. And it is ad break o'clock, so when we come back from the ad, we are finally in the place where I want to do the Mukmoux build. We will do the Mukmoux build, and hopefully in the interim, we'll get some more tin plates. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Get some water, stretch your legs. I'm going to step away and get some water during the ad break. So I'll see y'all soon. Welcome back, folks. I appreciate you hanging around during the ads. I had a thought during the ad break, and that thought is that our only consumer of molten tin is solder, and solder is doing all right. For now, anyway. So, I think what I'm going to do is I'm gonna, and I hope I remember that I did this, but we're going to flip this around. We're going to drain this, and we're going to turn it all into plates, because we really need tin plates right now. Not just for the thing that we're currently building, but, like, everything. Well, not everything, but we're short on tin plates, right? Tin has been in a rough state for a little while. So we will stop trying to buffer molten tin for now until we start to catch up on tin plates, and then when this is caught up, we will we can flip the pump back around and start rebuffering molten tin. But this way we have a chance to catch up on the other tin consumers. As far as this side of the world goes, though, we are... out of Yotoi? We are out of Yotoi. We have turned it all into bedding. Okay. That doesn't surprise me. That bedding build is way too big, and I don't think my Yotoi build is particularly large. No. So, this is just gonna take a minute to buffer, and then once it does, like, we're not gonna drain this very quickly, so we'll stop using all of our Yotoi. Let's get... we want to go this way, maybe? Yeah, let's go this way. Why not? So for the Mukmoux, they are just like 4 solid ingredients in, plus water barrels. So this is a pretty straightforward build. The bedding is only used on the... oh, I didn't grab empty barrels. Shoot. All right, we're going to have to go back up to base one more time for all the barrels we need. But the bedding is only used for the calves. Everything else just uses the same 4 things. So I think we put, like, Mukmoux food and Fawaji on one belt, and then, like, the Relisias and the water barrels on another, and then we bring the bedding in separately. Yeah, I like that plan. Let's do that. In theory, this only needs 2 stations, right? 1 in, 1 out, so we don't even have to do a particularly large... build here. Why am I doing that by hand? Jeez. Let's get a solid drop-off to start with. And our inputs here are going to be the food, the bedding, the Relisia seeds, and the Fawaji. And then I said I wanted to do the food and the seeds on one belt. And then the Fawaji will end up on a belt with the water barrels, so we'll do... we actually need quite a bit of Fawaji, don't we? Same with the Relisia seeds. Okay. Let's be smarter about this. Let's be even smarter. Let's do this. And then here we will have to have a barreling machine. Just like here, I guess. 1.8 barrels a second is just a single blue inserter. And then we will have our reproductive complex. Off of that, we will have an output, which is like 1.5 items a second in total. So we'll use a blue. We'll split it. Left is going to be the empty barrels. Which will come down here. And then right will be the Mukmoux calves. And those will come into the pastures. 1, 2. Along with these belts of stuff. These are all, yeah, I mean, it's AL. It's always tiny quantities of everything. Grand total of... actually, we have some larger quantities of some stuff here. Especially the Fawaji and the... Yeah, 3 Fawaji a second is a lot of Fawaji a second. Okay. Oh, but the Fawaji's on the inside belt. So yeah, that's 4.5 items from that belt. And then 3.2 items from that belt. I don't know. Something like that. And then here, our inputs are much smaller. So I think just like 1 inserter from each belt is fine. And then up here, we input the calves. We output what will be both barrels and our Mukmoxes. That will, we'll put here. Empty barrels again. Ooh. There we go. And then we bring the output around here. That is all good, except I need to bring in the bedding here. All right, let's get the bedding. That's a small amount of input. Cool. Bedding, seeds. We're just waiting on food, basically. And I need to hook up the water barreling machine, because I have no water yet. Alright, so we need to grab the empty barrels still. Otherwise, this is just waiting on... Oh shoot, I didn't filter this inserter. These don't need the Mukmoxes to make calves. No, they do not. Okay. So yeah, all the rest of the Mukmoxen that we have are spares. We made a bunch more than we needed. But they'll just go right in here. And that is our total output of 0.13 Mukmoux per second. Which is apparently more than we need for science. Is that true? Yes, science is 0.017 per second. So yeah, this needs the food, which is just waiting for tin, of course. And then I need to go grab empty barrels to bring down here. Do I have just like heaps of empty barrels in the rail base somewhere? Yes. Yes, I do. Cool. Oh, I still have one Mukmoux pasture, because there's supposed to be 3 of them, not 2 of them. Let's actually finish the build. No, and that means I need... Alright, so we had fewer spares than I thought we did. We have 5 spares. That's not so bad. We didn't make that many extras. Why did science drop to 0? Oh, this mining productivity needs military science. Okay, I can't do this right now. Good to know that we're blocked on mining productivity until I do military science. That's probably a good incentive for me to finally do military science, because I have been avoiding it because I don't need it, right? I don't have... I don't particularly care about the colored concrete. I know some people really like their colored concretes, but holy crap! Look at this bottleneck. Okay, this is a problem. Wait, is this all one segment here? Oh, that is all one segment here. Okay, let's, I don't know how much that's going to help, but it might help a little bit. Interesting. All right. Yeah, I don't love seeing bottlenecks on my rails. That makes me sad for sure. All right, it does look like, I mean, we're seeing much larger batches of silicon coming through. So that makes me happy. Because that means that we're actually making more of it. Okay. What am I doing? I've already forgotten. Oh, empty barrels for the Mukmoux build. That's what I'm doing. And maybe we will drop some trains as well while I think about it. Are the trains built? No, our trains are not built yet. We're waiting on, what, probably titanium? Yeah. Yep. So we will keep waiting for titanium there. And I will grab empty barrels, wherever those are. Let's see, the Mukmoux food. Hey, it got 10 plates. Awesome. So that's going to take a minute or two to buffer up enough of those for an entire rail delivery, but that is good to see. And then the build itself over here has all of its inputs. Yeah, it's just waiting on the food itself and, of course, on the water barrels, but I have those. So let's go get water barrels delivered to that, and then that should be able to turn on. Let's go this way. All right. Let's just drop in a chest full of these guys, and then if I need to pull a bunch out later, I can do that. But I suspect a couple thousand is the right number, almost always. Oh. The Pyanodon's building graphics versus actual building size has gotten me again. I've done that so many times with the barreling machines specifically. And also, look at that. That input's not even right. It's the exact same mistake. The barreling machine really should be a 3x4. Like, the graphic is clearly like the base of the building up to that tile, not parts of it that are just built up above it, at least to my eye. I don't know, I guess the building is nearly like a tile tall, you can see on the front, so whatever. So yeah, water, we're just waiting on food. And then the calves will start rolling through, and we will have Mukmoux. The food is rolling. Yep. How are we doing on tin plates? Yeah, we're still requesting a lot of tin plate, so we will still be, I don't want to swap the pump back until we're kind of caught up on tin plate deliveries. I want all of the molten tin to go into tin plates. As long as we're still doing okay on solder, and we are, yeah, we're not going through the tin that fast. Oh, hey, more of, what is this one? Iron niobium alkali, that's a different thing. I was thinking it was like the iron nexolite antimony alloy, but no, different alloy. How is antimony doing? Antimony is halted. That's bad. Why is antimony... Oh, we don't have coke. Okay, well, we got a coke delivery. How long has antimony been off, though? That's a question. $15 minutes ago? I think is what I'm going to say. I think this baseline, this, like, small amount, is the antimony that's made in the belt base for its own purposes. So, yep, that's, not ideal. So yeah, we're gonna have to figure out coke, and I think we do that by just, like, changing this build, our red hot coke build, wherever it is. Yeah. So right now, this is just making the coke oven gas. Yeah. But we can switch this to prioritize making coke instead of coke oven gas, and we will be in a much better place. I also realized that I don't have, I don't have a filter condition on these inserters, so they will run constantly. So we should also fix that when we fix this. Because right now they stop, they back up on coke oven gas, and that stops them from making any more red hot coke. But if I change this to prioritize making coke, then we're gonna end up with making and just spoiling red hot coke, and we don't want to do that. That is a waste of coal. So the question is, what do we do with the coke oven gas that comes out of this build? We can probably just burn it. But if there's something better to do with it... Oh, I can make syngas out of it. Interesting. Or soot. Ooh. I mean, soot is just, soot is just... Words are hard. Silver. So... Stone bricks, the reheat recipe, outlet gas is an option. I haven't even looked into, like, the outlet gas stuff. Yeah, so basically it's burn it or make syngas and get syngas at the same time we get flue gas. So I think this is what we want to do, is we want to do the syngas and flue gas. I also want to, at the same time, I think our bitumen processing... Yeah, this overflows its coke oven gas into a burner here. Oh, ew, and I'm even turning the flue gas into ash directly. Gross. So we'll get rid of this, and we'll set up a coke oven gas overflow. What is this all stopped on, by the way? Anything? Or is it just running very slowly? I think it's just running very slowly, because it's a slow build. But yeah, where we get the coke oven gas here, we want to stop voiding it in place here, because we'll switch over to the centralized coke oven gas void. All right, let's do that. So one, this is no longer coke oven gas via red hot coke. We're just going to call the build red hot coke, because now the coke is the priority. This makes 30 coke oven gas a second. Okay. Our bitumen processing makes 11. So we need to be able to do like 40-ish coke oven gas a second. So we'll make a new syngas from coke oven gas. And I find the syngas item. There it is. All right, cool. 2 quenching towers can do 50. That's easy. That's really easy. And then we just have to set up the right overflow logic for the fluids at the 2 stations. Okay. So we need 2 quenching towers, and basically that's it. And actually, I'm going to call this void coke oven gas to syngas, because that's really what this is. It is the coke oven gas void. Over here, wherever red hot coke is, I want to change this name. We'll change our priority, like how we're balancing this, in a minute. For now, I want to figure out where I want to do the coke oven gas to syngas build. I've been doing a bunch of petroleum stuff up here, so I think that is where we will do it. In that case, I will change this. I'll fix both of them. So we need to change these. We need to get these on circuit network. These are enabled when Coke is less than... Is Coke stacked to 100? So 10,000. There we go. And then up here for the coke oven gas, let me find a place where we're voiding a fluid. Tar processing. All right. So this is now saying void. Station priority. This one doesn't need to be a high priority station. Yes, it does. I changed my mind. It should be a high priority. Because this is now making coke, right? So this is now the byproduct. This is no longer a byproduct, so we don't want to overflow void it. Oh, actually, maybe we do? Yeah, let's still overflow void this. Basically, that means that this will keep running, like, constantly, because we're voiding both of its outputs, and I don't love doing that. But I don't want, like, this to get backed up on coke and then us not to have coke oven gas, or vice versa. So, yes. Alright. So I think that's right here. That's all set. And then we want to go up to bitumen processing and... do something similar with the coke oven gas output there. Get rid of that, like, built-in void to ash that I was doing. All of that goes away. And that. There we go. How did I... Oh, because I copied and pasted the wrong thing. I'm like, how did I end up with ash here? What's going on? Okay. Now that's all set. I didn't realize that that power pole was in a different place on my solid and fluid stations, but apparently it is. Yeah, and this isn't going to be voiding because we're not actually overflowing on coke oven gas here right now. Cool. So then for the actual coke oven void, we're going to need 2 quenching towers, of which I have 1. Why do I have 1 quenching tower? What did I pick up that was a quenching tower? Oh, the syngas, or the ash output from the flue gas. Yeah. Yeah. we were turning flue gas output into ash here, and we're no longer going to be doing that. So let's head back up to base, or back up to the mall. We'll grab the other quenching tower, and then we will also be, from there, we'll be in kind of the right direction to head up to where I've been doing a bunch of the other petrochemical stuff, and we'll do this build up there in Petroland. Ugh, all right. Yeah, we'll come up here with it, and we'll find a spot somewhere around here. It's 1 fluid input and 2 fluid outputs, so 3 stations. I can kind of tuck it anywhere around this area. Probably like up here. Would be fine. Ooh. Is our flue gas to acid gas, like, totally backed up? Wow, it is. Okay. That is not ideal. So we might need another, like, flue gas void. I mean, acid gas is looking fine. It's not backed up. So it's possible that we're just having, you know, throughput issues here. What am I doing with this? Oh, right. It's purely priority for the flue gas. That makes sense. Let this issue more requests. Because it'll empty so quickly, I'm not really concerned about... Yeah, this should be able to issue, like, requests to every single station that currently has flue gas. I'm surprised we were backed up. Yeah, so there's this one. And then there's another one that's really backed up, which is off of... Where is this? Air quenching? Yeah, okay. Like... Apparently I decided for tar quenching that flue gas is the main output. Is that true? I thought tailings was the main output. Yeah, this should be marked as high priority. It just isn't. So yeah, I guess it's just a matter of not having enough trains. Because my trains are certainly still looking pretty, I mean, we have a few fluid trains here. Because, like, every single one of these stations should have, like, a delivery going for it, right? Because this is currently sitting at, oh no, this is sitting at 5 trains coming into it in total right now. Okay. Out of 6 that I have it set to at max? Yeah. So, it's trying. We'll see if it's able to catch up now that I set the train limit a little higher there. If it's not, then we'll have to do more flue gas processing somewhere else. Because we're just hitting, like, train bandwidth limits. Apparently, I never paved this corner of the base, which is funny. I thought I had gotten the whole thing. Missed some. We missed a bunch. We missed this whole path up here. Okay. I didn't realize that. Let's just get everything cleared up then. Through here. Get the landfill in. I've said this before, it saves so much time in the future to have done this right and to have the roads actually clear for me to move along. So we'll take the time and get this corner done. And then here, same thing. We will take... mark all the water for landfilling as well. Okay. Think that is good. Just gotta wait for the bots. We don't actually have to go over there and let the bots do all that work right now, although I think some of them are going to try, because they've already been assigned over there, maybe? Nope, we have them all. Okay, so we'll just clean out this side for now, where we're working, and we'll leave the rest of that corner for the next time I go back there. So, for this void of coke oven gas to syngas, it is literally just 2 fluid stations out and 1 in. Nice and easy. We will start with the input right here. We will clear up a little bit of this stuff around here so I can see what I'm doing. Get the signals fixed up right. All right, so this requests coke oven gas. And this needs to be on the void network. And it should be low priority. All right. Now, any place that's backed up on coke oven gas, like down here where we're doing red hot coke, should now be able to generate a delivery to that station. Might take a second. I need to go into my CyberSyn settings and then to Mark Hines. Is that this one? Yes, perfect. I need to go into my CyberSyn settings and tell it that I have a powerful computer and it can do more delivery computations per game tick. Because CyberSyn is getting slow. All right. And then the output of this, here, let's get our 2 pickup stations in place. Bop. Bop. One of these will be the syngas, and one of them will be flue gas. Both of them are high priority. Because they're both outputs of a void. And then we just have our 2 quenching towers down here somewhere, and we route our outputs up. Nice, straightforward build. It's nice to have a straightforward build every once in a while. That will be the syngas out, and then the flue gas is similarly easy. Really? Do I want to move these? Not really. But I'm going to. Alright, we move the whole thing over 1. There we go. Now I just need water. Boom. That should start voiding coke oven gas for me now, and making a bunch more syngas, which was, like, also a problem for us. So hopefully that means the red hot coke will turn on and start making heaps and heaps of coke again. Because this will make heaps and heaps of coke if given the opportunity. Okay. What else could be broken with the base right now? I mean, who even knows? Science is falling off. That's probably a problem. What are we missing? Logi. We're out of bones? That's... I mean, presumably that's because this has been busy getting rid of blood. Oh, but that stinks. This is also fully backed up, by the way. So it is not being very effective as Blood Void. Although I think also I fixed the blood to Albumin Void. Yeah. So maybe we turn this one off. Maybe we just, like, do that. And then this won't even try to run anymore. Because the blood to urea void was backing up on... because it wasn't getting rid of the urea that it made, and we're now actively voiding the urea that it makes. So it's possible we don't need this anymore, that building this was unnecessary, and also clearly it's using, like, all of my bones and stuff, so that's no good. I need bones for other things. So we'll let this... Darn. Okay. Yeah, turning on that build was a bad idea. Who would have thought? I think I said I thought it might be a bad idea when I built it, but I didn't really know what else to do. I hadn't realized that I actually did have a usable urea void. Okay. That's fine. Ooh, trains are still a disaster. Have we made all of the, like, things that we need yet? No. Is it still titanium? Yes. Alright, we're kind of just still waiting for titanium to show up. I guess I could request it from Rails. If I wanted to. I don't really want to. Alright, it looks like this loop is full on barrels, so I need to go grab the remaining empty water barrels and get them out of the way. And then... we're already backing up on flue gas here, so we might have to think about a flue gas void like we were talking about before. But it is ad break o'clock. Oh, I do run just the one ad break, just long enough. The one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. So I recommend getting some water, stretching your legs, and when we're back from the ad break, we'll figure out what we're working on. It might be another use for flue gas, or it might be tracking down a different bottleneck. I'm not sure yet. But I'll see y'all shortly. Welcome back from the ad break. Thanks for sticking around, folks. I'm trying to decide if I want to start sending titanium, like, in from the rail base into the mall up here, or if that is going to be a bad idea. I still haven't decided. It would get this stuff done faster, but I don't think it's really strictly necessary. I think it's just that there's, right now, a titanium shortage. But also, we're, like, just starting to get these guys built, so... Like, yeah, the titanium's coming up in waves, so we'll get those that we want built very shortly, I think. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Graphite's running. That's going to be a thing for a little while, I think. How is Red Hot Coke going? It's going. Yeah. This is weirdly ratioed. I don't know how much this actually makes. I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess I can double check that, can't I? Coke out 8.5 a second. Okay. Because we're using like half of the coke that this makes to make the steam for it. Which is fine. Better than using electricity. Speaking of electricity, how is that doing? Yeah, we are pretty much at our limit here for power. You can see the particle accelerator spiking every couple of hours for charging Nextlet batteries. We might not get... I was really hoping we would get these built before I did nuclear, but like everything's taking forever, so that may not be the situation. We may not get new power before I have to do nuclear. Red chips are... Oh, hey, MOSFETs are running. Okay. What's the ratio on this? 4 heavily N-doped silicon to 4 MOSFETs. Okay. So it's 1-to-1. Although we do have prod, so it's 1.1-to-1 or something like that. Yes, 1.1-to-1. The other thing that uses it is... Oh, transistors and MOSFETs are both running now. Whoa! Look at that! Look at me! Did we do it? Do we actually have enough... Do we actually have enough silicon production now? Maybe. I should probably expand MOSFETs. Just because these are used not just here, which will use 0.75 of them a second, but also over here, which will use 1.5 of them a second. So that's 2.25 a second, potentially. And we currently make 1.1. So yeah, let's just double MOSFETs. Let's grab 2 electronics factories and let's get MOSFETs doubled. And that'll give a little bit of time for us to see if flue gas can resolve itself, or if I'm going to have to make another flue gas situation somewhere. Because what I don't want to see is this to back up on flue gas, which it has. All right. Yeah, even with the extra... I mean, the trains are moving through here fast, so potentially we just need more storage here so that we can bump up the train limit even higher. Because we're never having trains, like, queue up, right? They're just coming around from wherever they get requests from. So if we want Cybersyn to be able to send more requests, then we need to... Because, like, this does slowly drain. And I have seen this empty. It's not quite doing it now, though. But also, like, I could put a second one of these machines in as well. That's an option. But yeah, this only has 3 trains en route, I guess because these are sufficiently full. It should be able to route up to 5 of them right now. And there's only 3. Is the issue that the pickup stations have... No, they have a train... wait, that's the wrong pickup station. I mean, maybe yes. Some of these probably need to have a train limit of 2, so that it will have multiple trains en route to empty them. And, what's the other one that gets up to, like... Yeah, all these ones that are, like, super backed up right now. This doesn't actually make that much blue gas. I think it's just because other stations have been so backed up. Trains haven't had a chance to go to that station and do what they need to do. Alright, let's go expand MOSFETs, since it seems like, at least for now, we're keeping up on silicon. We probably won't keep keeping up with silicon if I do that, but whatever. Oop, too far. There we go. Nope, that's not right. What did I do? Oh, it's these. These are in the wrong spot. Okay. One, two. There we go. What is going on with this? Do I share this aluminum pulp with something else? Did I do something silly? I did. Yes. Okay. Fine. Whatever. All right, that last batch of MOSFETs must have come down here, because I don't see it running. Yep, electronics are going. Did they just start? Maybe. But that means we should get a few more prod modules getting built, which is delightful. And on this side, they'll just keep buffering up because gearboxes are still our limiting factor for the actual mechanical parts before we can get a delivery of those. I think the only place mechanical parts will go is to, yeah, to the mall. So as soon as that delivery is ready, that'll go. But then all the other stuff, brakes, whatever this is, electronics, control panels. Somewhere I've got utility boxes, gearboxes, utility boxes. All of these will eventually fill up enough to be a delivery to the mall as well. They don't need to run fast, they just need to run consistently. Which is not happening because gearboxes are still not running. Oh, but it's not gearbox now. It's titanium. Why is titanium plate not running on rails? The rail titanium plate should be running fine. Yeah. It appears to be running fine. Are we just out of titanium? Wow. I'm glad I didn't add the request to the mall to pull titanium from here. Oh, we're not bringing in titanium ore. We have 2 trains with that stop. 3 trains now. It's probably just our train, like, bottleneck wrecking our day. All right, we finally do have the trains built that we wanted, though. So we can add those to the base, and maybe that will help things run a little bit more smoothly. We can clean up some of these bottlenecks. I am never going to use this ore patch. Goodbye. Oh, there's trees here. Apparently I missed some trees along part of this path, and some water that needs to get covered. And then let me see if I can figure out how to blueprint the trains. Because someone was saying that if you blueprint trains, it keeps their correct schedule, and it keeps them on automatic. That one. Let's open this book. Let's move that in. Let's adjust this to also be the right thing. Now, if I grab solid train, if I just bonk down, like... How do I do this such that it correctly fuels them? That's the question. Because that's not fueling this train. There we go. Guess I just have to be very careful with my positioning. I'm not convinced that this is any easier than manually swapping the things around, because, like, can't get the position consistent enough for it to fuel. Yeah, I'm not convinced this made my life any easier. Because this doesn't seem to want to snap. I guess I could keep the track segments under it. If I do, like... 1 second. Let's, delete both of these. If I do... that... Sorry, blueprint. Like that. We want trains. Don't want the fuel. Now if I do this... Call this solid train. Now I can snap it, because it's got the rail. Okay. Sure. And then let's do the same thing then with the fluid train. Trains, but not the fuel. Change the icon. Fluid train. I am using CyberSyn, yes. This would be basically impossible without CyberSyn or LTN. Alright, that works. Because I have... How many trains do I have in my network at this point? I have 154 trains in my network. Oh... And I'm doing 1-by-1 trains because I want to see lots of trains zipping around all the time. Currently doing Pi Hard yourself without train mods. Oof. Are you doing like your own combinator-based train scheduler, or do you have like the one train per station kind of method? Because I think if I was doing one train per station, I'd have I don't even know how many trains. Wait, there's a rail manager. Yeah, I have 1,200 stations, so I'm happy to be using CyberSyn because it means I don't have a train for every station, right? But certainly you could do it yourself with, like, combinators and interrupts and whatever, but I'm not that good at combinators. Generic provider stations and individual requesters, yeah. But that does still mean a lot more trains have to be in the network. Although you can get away with that by doing less on rails than I'm doing. Like, again, it's an aesthetic choice to have lots of stations and 1-by-1 trains. So I'm sure I'm training a lot of things that other people would choose to put on belts. Alright. What are we doing? Science is dead. Is science still dead because we're out of bones because I did a stupid? Yes, that is why science is dead. Bioinserters are nice for trains. Alright, we're close to... I think catching up on the bone situation. What is this? Oh, alien samples also need bones. Yeah. Alright. Are bioinserters a Pi thing, or is that a different mod? Are they called something else? Oh god, searching for bio is not helpful. Yeah. I mean, either way, my rail network is ridiculous. Alright, so bones are catching up. That's gonna be fine. I'm not too worried about it. Are these guys running yet? Hey, these guys are running. This one has never turned on. That worries me. Oh, shoot! I never cleaned up the empty barrels. That'll break everything for sure. Alright, let's go, Bio crane. I think that might be from another mod. I don't have those. From AL. Interesting. Ah, it's an optional thing. Work in progress. Okay, so I just never turned them on. I might have to see if those are worth it, because I'm using, currently on my high throughput train stations, I'm using copious amounts of stack inserters to move stuff, and my stack inserters are my biggest power user right now. And this is stupid. So I might enable those on my save and see if they're worth figuring out. The sprites look a bit... Yeah, I saw it said they were work in progress. Let's, that should be probably good enough that this can unblock itself. $130 a second. Okay, so that's basically a little over 300 items a second then. No. A little over 75 items a second. Sorry. Takes 2 seconds to flip back and forth. So 75 items a second. That is 3 belts per second. Yeah, I might have to turn those on. I think we need just a little bit more in the loop. Are we okay? I think we're okay. I think we are good on the loop contents. I could put like another like half a stack in probably without breaking it. I want to make sure that I didn't overfill this and that it won't back up this belt too far. Tier 1 electricity is 1.2 megawatts. That's not bad at all. What's one of these guys? 60 kilowatts. I mean, what's it take for the, like, 12 stack inserters that I run? That's really the important question. Each of those is... Where's the place where we're going to have those? Yeah, each of these is 1.6 megawatts. And 3 belts. I mean, 6 of these is close to 3 belts. So... yeah. Definitely better power efficiency using those, especially when I don't need stacking capabilities. Yeah, it's 3x2 size, but that's fine. Because where I have that much throughput in my stations, I'm already using the stack inserters that are 1x2. Alright, I think our Mukmoux are going. I think we're okay on the number of barrels in the loop. It seems like it's running pretty consistently now. So unless we decide we want to make this build a lot bigger because we decide that these guys are worth slaughtering for something, this is good. This is a lot bigger than what we need for science, and we will have plenty of time before we get to chemical science for this station to fill up and for those to be buffered. All right. Back in Yafsi land, what is left for us here? I think I've done the organic acid anhydride, right? Certainly I have it in here. Yes, we're doing the organic acid anhydride. So it's the self-assembly monolayer and the nuclear samples. The self-assembly monolayer is still blocked on... I mean, it's effectively blocked on red chips. Because those are... the limiting ingredient right now for the Naven's cultures, which need 15 each. I guess I could hand... You know what? Let's do that. Let's hand deliver some chips to Naven's. currently making stuff a bit more compact. Yeah, I am not particularly concerned about compactness in this in this factory. I'm gonna yoink these MOSFETs. I'm going to drop them off at red chips. I'm going to yoink the red chips that we have here. I am going to hand deliver these to the mall for Naven's cultures. You mean the train stations are more compact, not the build? Yeah. Fair enough. Naven's cultures inputs. Oh no, don't do that. Soon we will have bulk inserters, and we can upgrade, well, maybe not upgrade all of this to bulk inserters, but certainly some of the buildings that have more ingredients we will be able to upgrade. How many Naven's cultures do I actually need for my Naven's build? Let me double check in YAFC. 24. All right. And what do they stack to? 10. So we'll limit it there. There we go. Just turn off trash unrequested and throw in the extra circuit boards. So this will be able to run 252 plus 195 divided by 15. How many of these are we going to get? 29. Okay. Sweet. So that is enough circuit boards for the Naven's cultures to get built. And I am happy with that. So now we just have to wait for this to eventually build all of those. What else can I be double checking? Brakes are running. Yeah. Oh, titanium is still weird. That's right. Forgot I had seen. We may just need to switch this to orange inserters unloading the trains. Yeah, doing everything with circuits at the depot. 28 trains and 485 stations. All right, so your ratio is fewer trains to stations than I have. Although you're probably not using one-by-one trains. What's the... 1 second. What is the request set on this to? Okay, it is set to request a full warehouse. Yeah, we might just need to get these trains emptied faster. Because I've seen this running out of ore a couple of times, and that's almost certainly the issue. And that'll help this run a little bit more consistently. Because, yeah, we are fairly far behind on titanium plates. Don't love it. We might have to expand titanium even. If renaming station names with circuits was vanilla, then it's possible to make many-to-one trains easily? Yes. I think if you could rename stations in vanilla, you could do a lot of pretty wild things. What was I checking? Titanium. Oh, I have a titanium processing upgrade that I just haven't researched yet. Alright, well, let's do that then. We will have to migrate titanium over to that new processing line once we get the tech for it. There's still bones. We have bones. Okay, we are making Logiscience again. Cool. It's just going to take a little while before that gets delivered to research, which is fine. And then hopefully, now that I've turned off the ridiculous animal-based fertilizer build that I never should have made, bones will accumulate again. Yeah. Wow, we are running out of meat. This all used to be very, very full. Hopefully that means that we're using it. Presumably it means Nexilid is going wild. Oh yeah, the Digosaurs are having a field day. I should probably think about worker food at this point, although anything that messes with the way I consume animal byproducts sketches me out. Oh, antimony running. Antimony's running. Good. Yeah. I'm assuming... Is either of these things currently running? No. Which probably means that this is not running. Yeah. So antimony remains a bottleneck. I've been trying to avoid doubling my antimony build. I was saying earlier in the stream, I probably could expand my peroxide production at this point to where we could support switching back to doing antimony, whatever it is. Antimony 2. But it's a lot of lead acetate, which is a lot of hydrogen peroxide. And I moved away from that because it was a trap, and I wrecked myself with it. But at this point, we're making quite a bit more arthropod blood. You have lard-related issues. Only way to get it efficiently at the moment is cotton guts. Oof. Cotton guts are not the most efficient thing to slaughter ever. I'm surprised that cotton guts is what made sense versus just more augs. But yeah, pretty much everything that I can slaughter for lard, I'm slaughtering for lard right now. It has been an issue for me, and it will continue to be an issue for me. Yeah. I'm kind of stalling right now, trying to decide what I want to work on. We will get the machines we need for Navens relatively soon, but not like immediately. So it would be nice to have something like in the intermediate that I can do. Ooh, whoops. Are we blocked on... Yeah. Cotton Guts gives 5 lard, but I think it's like 2 Cotton Guts in. When you render Cotton Guts. I remember thinking that something about Cotton Guts was good, and then realizing that actually it's not. Yeah, it's 5 Cotton Guts into full render Cotton Gut. Not even 2. So it's only 1 lard per Cotton Gut. Yeah, just leeching your... I mean, yeah, if you're just leeching whatever random extras you have, then slaughtering them is fine. And I could probably do the same thing, because I have plenty of extras. Okay. Let's work on flue gas. I think I have to work on flue gas. Because flue gas is remaining a problem. There's a lot of flue gas in the network still. And the flue gas to acid gas is not keeping up. Was a nicely contained system for animal samples. Yeah, I did that originally. I'm not doing it now. I think there might still be some remnants of that build over here. Oh yeah, the whole build is still here. Bringing in cotton guts for the Sarkarus and for the animal samples, and... Yep. But this is long since decommissioned. I just never tore it down. Actually, this might become a problem soon. Because I'm not seeing this jerky line move. Oh yeah, I forgot I had this stupid thing that I made once. That's not hooked up to anything anymore. At some point need to redo Relesia. Yeah, I just redid Relesias from... Well, I still have random Relesia builds scattered everywhere, but... This build is now centralized, and it's ratioed for... Oh, I actually got the recipe for Relesia 2. Let's go over there and swap that recipe. Cool. Not that my demand for these is that big yet, because it was fully backed up, but, you know. Now they're running recipe 2. I made that big enough for all of my current demand, so I could stop doing it on site everywhere. I just haven't actually gone around and, like, ripped up the builds and changed things. Alright, that's Religio 2's really done, finally. Yeah. Oh, we just don't even have a train coming. Oh, this isn't even a, okay, yeah, I need to just swap the titanium stations, the pickup and the drop-off over to orange inserters. That just needs to be what I do. That will fix not all of our titanium problems, but at least some of our titanium problems. Where's titanium mining? Down here. Okay. Oh, it's not that far from titanium processing. Excellent. Yeah, that's what I try to do. There were a few things that I did weirdly in that respect. And, you know, sometimes it's a matter of, like, we have all of the ingredients for this coming in anyway, so why would we, you know, why do another build? Yeah, I'm running currently several 1 gigawatt biomass power plants as my main power source. Oh, and it is ad break o'clock. I do run just the 1 ad an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. I'm going to get some water during the ad break. I recommend everyone else do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings, and when we come back, we'll finish revamping all of these belts. I'll see y'all soon. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate folks sticking around through the ad break. Yeah, titanium is done. I just finished readjusting this belt while the ads were going. So let's go also do the titanium processing, which I think is right over here. Yes, here we are. We're gonna move this over to this end. And then all of this is gonna be placed with, let me find where we do a drop-off, instead of rebuilding this by hand. Because I know that I have this somewhere I can copy and paste it. Right there. And then the outputs. There we go. Oh, and there. So this should be able to empty and load trains a lot more quickly, which means that our loop time getting trains here, it's going to be a lot faster. What's the train limit at titanium ore? 2, that should be fine. It's 3 here. We do have some titanium ore that comes as byproducts of other things, so... Do I remember what those things are? No. Is it here? Yeah, tailings processing. Spits out some titanium ore that every once in a while will get delivered instead of ore from the mine. We probably do want to think about upgrading to the next tier of titanium processing. But for now, I think this should at least no longer be bottlenecking this one on getting ore into this station. So that's what matters the most. And then when we do finally get this titanium processing stage 2 tech, we can upgrade this, because that is, I think, gonna be necessary. What is stuck here? Right. This is stuck because I fixed this wire that was missing, but I fixed it too late. We're backed up on flue gas still. That's right. I was looking at that before I got distracted by titanium. One option is to make this build, is to continue to add buffer to this build, so that we can increase basically our request amount and our overall train limit. Is that the best thing to do? I'm not sure. Because it seems like every once in a while, we get a bunch of trains all at once, and they'll stack up. I'm worried that we can't realistically pull any more, like, in through one station and be able to, like, keep the trains flowing, right? Science speed is a jaw-dropping 22 SPM. I mean, I'm a jaw-dropping 12 SPM, so we're, which is plenty fast. For the most part, my science has been ahead of my actual builds, even at 12 SPM. And I think when I was at Logi Science, I was at like 6 SPM. Yeah, I might want to make another station that pulls flue gas into itself. We just have too much flue gas. All right, let's do that. And the question is it a copy of this build? Do we just do more flue gas to acid gas? Or do we do something else? I wonder if I could do something weird with this station so that we could queue up trains better. Not really sure. I mean, let's try to just make this build bigger. Let's try to increase our storage capacity for flue gas there. So I'm going to run up to the mall. I'm going to grab a compressor. Let me double check in YAFC. We're going to need another cooling tower as well. Okay. How are we doing on the Naven's cultures? 23. Okay, so we actually finally headed to bed. Have a nice pie melting session. Thank you. Have a good night. Enjoy your sleep. Cooling tower compressor. Okay. And then, do I want to grab a bigger tank, or do I just want to do everything with these 70 KL tanks? That's a question. Do I have the 100 kiloliter tanks being made? No. We've got 80s. Excuse me. And we've got, oh, 15s. Those are not useful. Yeah, I think we just stick to using the 70s. That's fine. And then we can make some adjustments to the layout of this thing. Want to get all the gasoline out of here once we're burned through the flue gas. All right, so that'll be the output. Let's grab that, and then we'll get all of these tanks out of the way, and I'll be able to adjust all the inputs there. Okay. So, what we want is... I'm going to do 3 tanks. Alright, we're going to have to move this geothermal water pipe, apparently. 3 tanks, each for... You know what? No, I'm going to do it as 2 pairs of tanks. So it'll be 4 tanks in total. And each of these is going to do flue gas. And really, that's just so we can have... stuff properly in parallel, like 2 pumps worth of pump speed here, making sure the trains get emptied fast enough. All right, so this can now request 280,000. And then gasoline will be its own thing, but all of this basically connects through here. There we go. So that's all the flue gas. And then, yep, now we're getting a gasoline delivery. Yay. I had not gotten there yet. Gasoline, I will put here. This is a weird station, but it's a weird build. There's gasoline. And then we need to pump in the rest of this gasoline as well. We need a water input. How much water does this use? Where's my YAFC? 1/4 of a pump, we're fine. And then on the outputs, we're going to have 2 cooling towers now, which we need to kind of set up here and here. That comes right here. Now I just have to route out the acid gas. All right, so this can now request at 280,000. How many trains is this? $11.2. Okay, so I'm going to set our train limit now to 10. Oh God, how did we get another gasoline train? All right, hopefully now there's no more gasoline trains being dispatched. Jeez. We're running out of gasoline deliveries. Okay, let's get the acid gas out of this. And into the output. All right. So this will now be able to dispatch just a bonkers amount of trains to as many stations that have flue gas as need to be emptied. We do want to double check at a bunch of those stations where we have potentially lots of flue gas that their train limits are set high enough that, like, dispatches will happen properly. Like, yeah, that's a train limit of 2. So it's gonna take a minute for us to catch up, if indeed we can, with this build. But hopefully, you know, these are gonna pull through 2,000 flue gas a second now. Which is a lot of flue gas. And then, yeah, as this slowly drains, you know, the dispatch will be even more As this drains, Cyberson will be able to dispatch more and more trains. So hopefully, if we watch this page, we will see our, like, flue gas totals actually slowly come down. Oh, that's a ghost. Well, that's probably part of a problem there, too. This is... Okay, these are running, so this will actually get drained. Finally, this train will get unstuck. This train that is stuck is really just waiting on demand for phosphate rock, which, like... I don't know when that's gonna happen. Ooh, have I really had enough demand for molybdenum that we're, like, running low on molybdenum ore? Of all the wild things? Apparently, yes. Where's all my molybdenum going? Aramid. Aramid fiber is ruining my life, apparently. Was geothermal water reconnected? No, it wasn't. I completely forgot. Thank you. All right. Well, molybdenum. I'll have to probably look in YAFC and check what my molybdenum demand versus supply is. Hopefully we don't have to expand it. It might just be a case like titanium where I'm going to want to fix the station so that we have the stack inserters so we can make sure we have the throughput of the ore. Although I'm pretty sure with titanium, it is the case that we do not have enough, but I don't want to expand it. I want to wait until I have the new tech, and we'll upgrade our titanium to the new tech. All right, we do have the Naven sculptures, finally, that we needed. As far as deliveries from the rail base, it's all the same stuff. It's all the mechanical parts too. It's red chips, it's electric engines, and all of that. Well, red chips are their own thing. They'll get delivered eventually. But, I think everything else is basically waiting on kind of antimony in one form or another, right? But brakes are running for now, but several of those things are waiting on shafts, right? Electric engines are still waiting on shafts, And that's iron nexylate antimony special alloy that we need a delivery of for shafts to run. So antimony remains a problem. Oh, and it looks like we had a... Yeah, we're having some issues with getting enough coke in here. Yeah... I mean, we're real close, but I see a lot of stations that want coke and not a lot of stations that can provide it. So we are probably still going to have to expand coke production. Either more red hot coke. Red hot coke is stalled. Why is red hot coke stalled? Oh, right, because coke oven gas is stalled. And coke oven gas is stalled because flue gas was stalled. All of this is flue gas, which is stalled again. Seven trains en route, which is, fine and all, but... I mean, I think we are slowly working our way through the backlog now that we have this expanded. It's just that we have so much flue gas accumulated that it's hard to see that we're actually making progress, but, like, progress is being made here. There's a lot of flue gas incoming. I guess we can check, right? I mean, let's, fluids, flue gas, over the past minute. I mean, close. We're getting close. This shows more consumption than production over the past 10 minutes. But also, some places are backed up. I mean, this is looking pretty good when you look at it over the past 5 seconds or past 1 minute, right? We're consistently pulling a lot through. Over the past hour, it's close to break even, but you can see that our... Let me get off this train. Our consumption is a lot more consistent, right? So we might be in a good place. We might have done it. We might just need to wait for for all of this to drain. And especially the stations that are further away, just because of the way Cybersyn does scheduling. We're gonna see. I do need to go fix a couple of the train stations over there, though, because it looks like we're missing a couple of Cybersyn combinators for setting priorities for a couple of stations. So let's head over that way and let's fix those. Just because any of these places where things are voids, we want them to properly have their high priority set so that we can correctly make sure that everything is consumed. There was one of these that I saw somewhere up here that that was a ghost. Now I can't find it. Oh, was it down here at Tar Quenching? Yes, that's the one that's a ghost. Okay. Yeah, these are fully backed up. 0 trains with this stop, presumably because, yeah, they're all pulling from other stops right now. There we go. That should help that one get run a little more frequently. I also wanted to check, I think it's in map settings for CyberSyn. Yeah, this is 2 updates per tick. Or 2 stations per tick. And I have how many stations? 1,200 stations. So that's 600 ticks. So it takes 10 seconds for CyberSyn to, like, poll my entire network. That's not okay. Let's ruin my UPS. And we might have to turn this back down, but for now... God, part of me just wants to set this to 100 and say, screw it, I have a fast computer. Let's try 10x. Shift F4? No. F5. There it is. That is a lot more than I needed to have on. Let's just go in here and turn some things on always. Is it just time usage? Is that what I want? So if we look at mod... CyberSyn... 0.17. .2. All right. I don't know what that is. Is that seconds? Is that milliseconds? Yeah, so update is currently at 7 milliseconds. I think we're fine with CyberSyn set at like 20. Could probably set it higher even. Like, we're spending 0.8 seconds, yeah, on trains. We're spending 0.1 to 0.3 seconds on train pathing. Milliseconds, rather. So, I think we're doing okay. For now. Yeah, these are updating... Well, it seemed like they were updating more frequently. Yeah, this updates once a second, which is fine. And then we, every 5 to 10 seconds, we should see our, shipments update. So we'll see if the factory runs a little bit more efficiently now that we are dispatching trains a little more regularly. Although, as things grow and as we add more trains, the dispatch overhead is going to accumulate again, right? So we're going to have to make trade-offs there. We don't have enough fluid trains. Okay. Let's head back to the mall then, and let's grab another 5 fluid trains and just get them set up. That's easy to do. And then, yeah, because they're from a blueprint, they are automatic. I don't remember who in chat told me that that worked, but I appreciate it. And how is blue gas going over the past 10 minutes? Hey, that's looking all right. It is. And I think especially with Cybersyn being able to dispatch trains more frequently now, we should see flue gas like running out less often at the flue gas station. So it should be able to keep producing, you know, or keep consuming at the higher rates. Yeah, 10 trains with this stop now. Okay. That's what we wanted to see, is that this is actually dispatching this many trains. And it is doing its darndest to pull all of the flue gas out of the network for us. Excellent. I know just watching the Cybersyn manager is not the most exciting content in the world, but, like, I need to make sure this is working, because this is not just about flue gas, it's also, you know, the flue gas is blocking all my other stuff, right? So we really have to have this solid. If you wanted excitement, you wouldn't be watching Pi streams. Fair. I mean, it does seem like we're burning through it. And there's basically always 9 or 10 trains with this stop, right? So it's, it is cycling through as fast as it can. These last couple with large amounts in them. Yeah, this one is still 0 trains with this stop. This one is now 2 trains with this stop, which is fantastic. But I'm not quite sure how much... Let's double check that in EFC, actually. How much flue gas does the hot syngas make? 500 a second? Okay. Which is the same as this. So that means that these need a train every... what? Every 50 seconds? So these need a train once a minute, if it's going to keep up with them. But, like, these two builds between them will run an entire... an entire one of these compressors, right? So... And then everything else basically has to be running from the other one. Which, like, I think it is. I think it's just we're, Don't forget I've got a pump here, so whatever is, like, backed up in these guys, yeah, and there's thousands backed up in them as well. So I think we are making a dent. It's just that we're making a dent in, like, buffers within buffers here. And then I think the same will be true with this when this starts running again, right? That these have, yeah, over 1,000 buffered. And I could try bumping the train limit at these up, but I think until we catch up a little further on... Oh, nope, not this one. This one. But I think until we catch up a little bit further on, like, all these other stations that have been way over full, and we're making progress here. It's gonna take a minute until these last 2 really full ones can actually drain. Yeah, and this still wants more trains even. Because I think unblocking all of that, titanium, of course. I think unblocking all of the, a lot of this has gotten several things moving that were previously not necessarily moving well, and that's causing more trains to be dispatched, right? Which is always the case when we start. But yeah, look at that. These have got now multiple trains headed their way, which means the rest of the closer stations are finally, like, mostly drained. Yeah, and look at that. These are finally empty, and this is, well, okay, it's pretty much full. But like I was saying, it's buffers within buffers, right? And there's more trains coming this way. There is one more train coming this way. Train coming to this one finally. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. And there's bulk inserters, which means titanium is, well, an hour and a half out. Okay. I was going to say soon. Not really soon. But... cool. I think this is working. I'm impressed that this station down here is, like, continually able to get these trains through this quickly. That is part of why I put these... I put 2 pumps into this part, was because I wanted to make sure we were draining these trains as quickly as we could be. And I guess a 3rd pump would do it probably best, but... sweet. And then... yeah. How are we doing? I mean, the acid gas is, I guess, being used. The ratio of flue gas to acid gas is ridiculous, like, so that's fine. I'm not too worried about us suddenly ending up with way too much acid gas. Like, that is not a problem. That will never be a problem. We will always find uses for sulfuric acid. Yeah, we expected this buffer to slowly drain, because these 4 machines are a little bit faster than my electronic-grade silicon production. So our silicon's going to slow down a little bit when we run out of that buffer real soon. Alas. Oh! That's a weird thing to be out of. Alright, let's figure out what's broken with that. No melamine. You know, I had a to-do list item, which was expand this so that plastic couldn't suck down all of the melamine if our plastic demand got really ridiculous. And I never did that. Is it under this bug fixes? Increase melamine production so plastic can't use it all. There it is! I did write it down. Alright. We're gonna do that. We're just gonna double this. What's this building? Fluidized bed reactor. Okay. Where's melamine? Right there. Okay. Right. That is... There we go. Oxygen out and muddy sludge out. That is twice as much melamine, which is obviously not all going to fit on one belt. Why would I even think that, Brennan? How do I want to do this? There we go. Or that. I guess it's equivalent. Yep, same number of belts. Whatever. And then we probably do need to think about our plastic, because, like, I threw together this plastic from melamine, because whatever. I wasn't using that much plastic on rails yet, but I think it's my only plastic on rails. So maybe we should think about, like, what are our current plastic options? I mean, I hate all of this, so we might stick to melamine. We're gonna have to make sure that our ammonia and our cyanic can keep up, but, like, we have the Waller turd, so I'm reasonably comfortable with pushing on, like, the nitrogen side of the world. Alright, but the only place that we request melamine is for melamine resin. So, like, once we're feeding that again, it'll be fine. And I guess, let me find where I mentioned this, because we fixed that. And then, yeah, hopefully we can keep up on the cyanic and the ammonia here. If not, well, we've expanded that stuff before. We can expand it again. Not too worried about it. Flue gas is looking good. Look at that. There's so few of these that are actually big enough to generate deliveries now. That is good to see. All right, I think I'm going to call it here. We made good progress. Besides all the bug fixing, getting Mukmoux going is a great bit of progress. We are dangerously close to being ready for chemical science. We have to do Navens, which we do have the buildings for, so I will put those at the top of our to-do list now. To do next time. And after that, basically, it's Navens for chemical science, and then it's nuclear. Nuclear, we're going to have to figure out probably a little more power. I was hoping that we would see mechanical parts and red chips like make their way up here, so we'd be able to do biomass power 2. I'm not convinced that's going to happen, so we'll have to contemplate other options, possibly for that. Although, I mean, stuff is running here, so... Oh, gearboxes are running. Whoa, gearboxes are running. Does that mean we finally got some shafts? I mean, we must have. But yeah, that's, we still need a lot of these crafts to finish, and I'm not sure that our throughput is consistent enough for that just yet. Anywho, next time we'll do Navens, and Navens will unblock the self-assembly monolayer material. Is that what it's called? Intermetallics Stage 2. This stuff. Because we need the Navens for the Paraline, and then we'll be able to do the self-assembly monolayer material. And then just nuclear for us to have chem science. So we might start nuclear next time? I'm not sure yet. And then the other thing that having this self-assembly monolayer will unlock is vat brains, because we need it as an input to these guys. So we'll be able to start thinking about setting up our vat brain beacons and figure out if we can make vat brain cartridges as fast as we're going to need them. But all that is next week. So thanks very much, everyone, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you're watching this on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch in the description. I stream every Tuesday and Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah, we'll be back with Pyanodons next Tuesday. I'll see everybody then.